right, back at it. Happy Saturday and happy Valentine's Day if you partake in capitalist holidays. Putty off of here. I'm going to add some blue ink to these. Oh, this needs to add a little gloss. I gotta clean that up. The ink has got to go on first. Ooh, that thing is bright on camera. It's just the primer coat. This cloud explosion is still not completely seamless, but I'm over it. I'm tired of sanding in these little tiny spaces and primering. It's been a couple days worth of that. I'm also going to be, oh wait, there's no snow in this. This is all smoke. Yeah, it's got a little bit of crustiness to it, but I think that it's dismissible enough. Oh, spot. This one's easy enough to get to. Go ahead and take care of this. You guys can't see what I'm doing at all, can you? Why won't you go away? I'm doing it again. I'm going back into sanding. Yeah, okay. This thing is done enough. It's not, doesn't have to be perfect. What's going on here? It does not have to be perfect, Bobby. When I see little obvious, like little support dots sticking out. It was really hard to see this when it was raw, you know, before I got some primer on it because it was transparent. So now that I got primer on it, I can really see what's going on, and I missed quite a bit. I just don't want this thing to look like I was derelict in my prep duties. So I'm going to hit just a couple little spots that are sticking way out. I think I'm going to do in the shadows, I think I'm going to do like a blue. Yeah, you know, because it's kind of, it's not steam, it's not smoke, it's more like a snow burst explosion thing. Like that's what I'm reading this as. So maybe it's okay. There's some little chunks in here. It'll be like little chunks of snow. But yeah, this thing was crazy, man. I think in retrospect, I would have shrunk this thing down so I could have printed this all in one piece. Because assembling it and then attempting to hide the seams in this thing, I mean, this has been several days worth of work. I don't think I would do this again, not unless it was, I'm saying I don't think I would take a commission to do this, at least not at this size. I need to knock it down like 20% or something, probably not even that much, probably 10% would have done it. It's just slightly bigger than my build platform. I remember I couldn't really orient it anyway because of these parts sticking way out. See, there's like, and I also need to get better about putting supports down in little lower recesses. Because I can't tell you how many times I just screwed myself over with where I put these supports. So that is the lesson learned from this statue. So like every statue I do, I pick up something. And low spot supports is definitely something I'm going to pay more attention to, especially on curvy organic stuff like this. Doing clouds and like smoke bursts and cloud bursts and stuff like that, and like these big organic things, or big fire, big explosions, like those things are the hardest. Not hardest, but the most challenging parts of this hobby has been that. Some airbrush dust. Here's knock that down a little bit. It can look frosty. I'm going to be adding some blue. Be adding blue down there anyway, so. Then I want to go back and hit the edges of these with a little bit of white to bring out the edges. This is all down underneath the thing. I don't even know why I'm wasting my time doing this. Sure it is. Yeah, I think I'm gonna spray my ink first, and then add a layer of primer, black and gray, back to these pieces. Let them bitches dry. Just doing a quick fit to see what I can see and what I can't see. All right. See if I can get a little bit more overspray off of these crystals. And I gotta recoat them with gloss. Let that dry. While that's drying, I'll start inking the other crystals. I'll ink these. Reapply some primer, cover the overspray of the blue ink, and then just start base coat stuff. Sounds like a day. Sounds like a good session. Maybe more realistic what I can accomplish while I'm sitting here, because sometimes I think I set my goals a little too ambitious. My goals. Hey, what's up, man? Using gloss varnish or satin? I've used gloss on crystal bits, and I'm actually gonna use a matte varnish on the cloud powdery smoke thing. It's not smoke. I guess it's supposed to be like exploding snow. So yeah, I'll use a matte varnish on the cloud bit, and then on these energy things, I think I'm gonna do these in yellow. I think I'm gonna do it with the same yellow glow that I do on the little fortress thing, because you know it's kind of a golden glow. So I think I might do that on the power rings or whatever they're supposed to be. I know it's supposed to be like a wind or something, but I feel like this base is going to be really, really neutral at the bottom if I let those be white or gray. So I think I want to give it a little pop of color. I don't know. I'm going to decide when I get there. Right now, I can't seem to get out of sand and shit stage. Every time I look at this thing, I see more stuff that I missed. So I've been prepping this. I've been doing prep work on this thing for like 3 days. 3 sessions, I should say. And because I only do it nights and weekends, you know, when I can. But yeah, this has been a labor for sure. So so these little force things I'll probably do in a satin. I like to mix my varnishes. Yeah, this cloud thing, man, has been a bitch. I am not gonna lie. Like there's still some parts that I can't get into and clean up, but I surrender at this point. It's good enough. Like the attention's gonna be on the statue above for the most part, but yeah, I definitely am gonna pay more attention to where I put my supports from now on, as far as like down and low spots, and just generally speaking, yeah, doing these like crazy organic shapes. It's not easy. I forgot that. It's been a while since I've had to do one. I think the explosion on a Deadpool base, Deadpool diorama. That was the last time I did something like of this size, like of this scale. That was all like a crazy organic shape like this. I just can't get rid of that one deep down spot there. But it's okay. I just don't want it to be a hard line like I'm seeing. If I can just feather it, and it can just be part of the frost, and we'll call it a day. That's supposed to be completely... Yeah, I didn't want these ice crystals to be completely transparent. They're not. That's why they're not like crystal clear. They are clear enough. Like, I'm happy with them. I mean, it's just and then once I get the little bit of ink on there, it's all gonna turn out. Am I gonna dry brush this? No, I'm actually gonna, since this is like a snow explosion, I think I'm gonna go in here with some blue, just like a really light blue down in the down in the recesses, and then I may do a little bit of dry brush, to cover if I need to. I don't want to make it too heavy, you know what I mean? Like, it's supposed to be kind of powdery white, but I think a little tint of blue will help kind of break up the color. I got a couple of spots I gotta hit with the primer in a second. Yeah, so I think once I get the little bit of blue in there, and then the rocks will have some gray and some blue, and then the chrome and stuff. So I mean, it'll be a little bit of breakup, but I think I definitely want to do the little power swirl thingies in the yellow. It'll pull your eye up, like the emblem in the front, and then as far as the yellow, and then the power bands will be kind of a lightish yellow. I think I'll do a dry brush at the edge of white, so the kind of white and yellowish, pale yellow. And then his belt will be the next spot of yellow, and then his chest emblem will be the next spot of yellow. So it'll kind of just carry your eye, it'll carry you visually up the statue a little bit better. Because otherwise, that's just too much white and gray and blue at the bottom. It's just too much neutrality. I want the base to not be the focal point, but there's a whole lot going on down here, so. Which is one of the things I do like about the Wicked and Bedzerp Studios models, is they go hard on the bases. They're a lot of fun. That's why I like doing it. I mean, I like the museum, the studio poses for some statues too. I've got a Green Lantern that's a studio, and the Avengers set is very much kind of studio poses. But I think I like how they do some of the other bases that are a little more ornate. This gives you a little more visual interest than just the character model, Yeah, so let me get a little bit of gloss on these pieces here. See, this looks like poop. It's all right. Looks like frost. here. For these crystals, I want a nice, thick gloss coat varnish. That will kind of fight how much light gets refracted because of the little layer lines in the print, which is what makes crystal pieces look not crystal-y. Is those little refractions. So if you flood it with varnish, it fills in those little spots, and goes back to letting the light pass through it again without bouncing around. All this is behind the other thing. Can't see any of it. I am technically wasting my time right now. Can you really waste time if you're enjoying it? I would argue not. If you're enjoying it, it's not a waste. It's being used for enjoyment. Getting all philosophical on a Saturday. I'm going to be spending a lot of time going back and forth on this base. While I'm working around these crystals. All right, so I am going to. I gotta go back with some primer, fill a couple spots. Is that a hole? It's a hole. I think it is a hole. It doesn't seem like it wants to be sanded. If it's a spot, how is it perfectly circular? Yeah, I'm gonna say hole. That real quick. That's annoying. Doesn't feel like a hole. Anyway, I'm gonna come back around with primer. Let's give that gloss a second minutes to set up. And now I'm gonna try some alcohol ink. I don't know which of these I want to use. I think they're really, really close. So I'm going to spray some on the back side here and see which of these I'm going to end up going with. But let's head over to the airbrush box. Go ahead and prime this airbrush with some alcohol. Flush out the water in there. Oh, I moved the camera. Forgot about that. Actually, you know what? Let's get down in here. Let's get all in the business. All up in the super business. Is that in focus? I don't know what causes that light correction. I don't know if that's the camera doing it or if it's the software. I haven't been able to find it. See how it jumps when it's like auto, when it's like doing some kind of light sensitivity thing. So yeah, I don't know if it's in the camera BIOS somewhere or if it's in the streaming software system, or maybe it's just in the video inputs. I don't know. There's too many places to look, but I don't like that little light jump, which is weird. Yeah, see, that's really hyper annoying. I'm gonna pull back just a smidge so you're not in my way. Please focus one more time. Yes, good. Yeah, see, what is that? It's annoying. No, I bought cameras that specifically were manual focus. Like I gotta turn a little ring on the camera to focus it. So if you ever see my little red fingies do like this, I'm spinning the little manual focus lens. So it's not an autofocus, like I said, unless it's a software. It's got to be a software kind of like color correction or something. I don't know. I'll troubleshoot it later. But if you have any ideas, keep it, let me know, because that is highly annoying. All right, let's try. I'm gonna spray right here on this little spot. Let's see what the sky blue looks like. We're gonna try that. These are just little cheap craft alcohol inks. They're not like hobby ink. I think that might be too blue. I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty blue. All right. Keeping it light. All right, let's switch over. Clear all this out first. Maybe it's my video driver. Maybe it's that deep in the system. It's trying to do some autocorrect. Was that the sky blue or was that the regular blue? I think that was sky blue. All right, we're gonna try now this blue. I have one other blue, but it looked too purpley, so I'm not gonna. I kind of omitted that one early. Oh, actually, you know what? I think sky blue might be our winner. This looks a little dark. I don't know, they're almost the same. A little bit darker. Okay. Definitely have to keep it light no matter which one I use. But I think I like the sky blue a little bit more. They're really close. You only really notice a difference when it gets saturated. But since I'm going to try to not saturate them, then I will should be fine. That's going to be the trick of this, is going to be the just getting them all to the same, or not the same, but just making sure that the tone of the blue on all the crystals is identical across, you know, three different pieces. Some is going to be a little heavier than others, and that's fine. But tonally, when they're all put together, I want them to be good. All right, so I'm going to go with the sky blue. It's a little bit lighter. Tiny bit lighter. I don't know whether that's blue flash. I've had this little set of alcohol inks for several years. It has not run out yet. All right, I'm gonna start at the back of the statue as I like to do. And we're gonna go in here with this sky blue alcohol ink. And we're gonna do the tiniest bits at a time. I'm not gonna rush this. I feel like sometimes that's where I get in trouble. Russian stuff. And this ink gets fucking everywhere, by the way. Pardon my language. It's kind of annoying. It'll soak through paper towels into your gloves, and then you go to touch something else, and then you got blue ink everywhere. I have to be especially careful when I handle the cloud thing. Although I'm going to be primering over some of that anyway again. I don't even think I want the exhaust fan on for this. It should be super light. Just want to give it I'm also going to be putting a bunch of snow in here too, which is going to be pretty cool. Like the effect snow, that's chunky. line that back up so it's not annoying. Alright. Yeah, I like that. It's got a nice blue, crystalline bluishness to it. Going a little heavier on the bottom ones. I'll lighten them up as I get higher. Just give them a little of a gradient. Not hose this on is really the only thing. I'm liking that a lot. Well, that looks fun. All right. Let's see if I can have the same success with the other ones. You have a Discord server? I do not. I do not do the Discords. Just do this. YouTubes. Oh, you can see that ink on the primer. It's funny. All right. Now for this thing, I need the blue. Quick fit check here. Goes like this. See how much of this big crystal is visible. All right, basically all of it. That's cool. This is the one, well, now that I've established the blue crystals on that base part, I just have to make sure that I'm kind of following suit. Oh, why is it gotta be so tiny? Bottle is such a tiny. Got big fat fingers. That looks pretty dang close. All right, 2 out of 3. Let's see if I can get this one. it looks a little bit different against the black as it then does the white or the gray primer. That gray looks more white. Anyway. I think I'm happy with those. Give them a couple minutes to dry. Now comes the not so fun part, cleaning alcohol out of his airbrush. Now with alcohol ink out, it takes quite a bit of effort. Because the ink isn't like a paint. It's not like a physical medium in there. I mean, it is, but it's not the same. It doesn't the same. It has to be like diluted down, and then if you can get in there and touch it, get in there and actually like hit it with a rag or a Q-tip or something, it happens a lot quicker. Definitely got to clean the tips and the needle. Get it kind of a full breakdown, because you do not want your airbrush to be permanently blue. I mean, since it does clean up with alcohol, it's pretty easy. But it is not something you get to get out of. It has to be done. Run some airbrush cleaner through here. Make sure this needle is clean. Go fucking around with a dirty needle. I don't like doing the crystals first, because I feel like it's more of like a finishing thing, but I don't really have a choice in this particular. water through. Now, the ink should dry. The ink should already be dry. Ink dries super fast because it's alcohol, so basically as soon as it hits and evaporates, the pigment's on, boom, you're done. Get these with the gloss one more time, and just to lock in the ink. Make sure it doesn't rub off on anything. I don't think it can or should. Oh, I already had ink on it. I think it's fine. Maybe a little bit. Anyway, I'm gonna seal it all in. But first, let's prime this thing one more time. Yeah, I think I want a much darker gray for crypto. Having technical difficulties over here. Oh, this is just Vallejo gray primer, by the way. I'm still at that stage. Really, once I prime it, I should let that dry overnight before I do anything else. But it's mainly going to be here in the front, so I'm gonna let the front dry. I'll be working on the clouds and stuff in the back. Gotta find an appropriate blue for that, for a snow explosion. Seems like it would just be a really light blue. Maybe this Hylar Glacier. No, actually I might use this for the piping on his suit. Piping on his suit's a little bit lighter blue than everything else. I gotta decide on a blue first too, so I'm gonna start doing paint tests while I let this primer dry. But I'm putting myself ahead of myself. Back it up. Let's primer on. Stay in the present. primer would be thick enough I could do it in one, but it's not so. That appears to be false. It's weird getting this stuff down here. It looks so rough, but it's behind the big crystal, so you can't really see it at all. I don't even worry about finishing it. Not anticipating having to do that. Suppose what would be a better idea is let this dry. And now it's so I have to brush again. Let's say I gotta mask these off anyway, like an airbrush, but I still would have had to come in and do this by hand anyway. Too tight for airbrushing. I gotta stop mouth breathing while I'm doing this. breakfast this morning. I start painting hangry. All right, in there. Why? Why what? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What did I say? About stopping to have some food. Or shut him out. I do need to stop. Get this done first so it can be drying while I'm stepping away. Just grab a sandwich or something. Quick. This is what I want to do today. Oh, painting. Yeah. I said if I start painting hangry, I get because I'm starting to get hungry. I skipped breakfast this morning. I just didn't think about it, and so yeah, it's starting to get a little hangry. If I start feeling myself getting impatient because I'm thinking about my stomach instead of what I'm painting, I know it's time to take a little break. But I'll probably leave the stream running because I don't plan on being too long. I had a salad for breakfast, well, kind of for breakfast, for brunch, I guess, but it's gone. So I'll go throw something in the belly real quick. I really just want to do this today. Now that I'm getting to the point where I can actually start to see some progress. This, I like to let the primer dry overnight, at least 12 hours before I start painting on it or masking or anything. So I may have to put this down, but I got to do some color experiments. I got to find the primary colors. I got a couple different options. I think I want to try these contrast paints. So, but I got to set up a couple test spoons. So just, doing the stuff. Lots to do. Some of this blue I can leave almost because the casting, like light casting through the crystals. Majority of it, I want to try to primer it back out. Deck tan's gonna be too warm. I think of I'll go with a cold white. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna do some light, really, really light blue down in the recesses, and then the shadows of the cloud, like I said, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be like snow and ice and stuff, right? So I'm gonna give it kind of a cool blue shadows on the inside, and then I'll hit it with some like cold white dry brush or airbrush, sorry, on the highest spots. I don't know, maybe a dry brush, since I do want it to feel kind of like powdery, In this particular instance, the dry brush powder effect that usually you try to avoid actually might be the play. Might be the play here. Although the soft dry brush look. Yeah, I was thinking of like a deck tan, but I think deck tan might be too warm. I have an off-white as well, but I don't think it's going to be bright enough. So yeah, I think I'm gonna do blue in the shadows. Very, very light blue. I might do an off-white mid, and then do a cold white top. I think that might be the way this is gonna go. I'll be coming back here with some kind of blue anyway, so I'm just wasting my time right now. But the more uniformity I can start with, the better. Oh, like a white blue, yeah, something like that. I was thinking about this Pilar Glacier. It's a technical paint though. So I think if I had more, if I go in and if I add a little dark gray first and then put in the Pilar Glacier, that might give me the effect that I'm looking for. But I don't know if I want to go that far or not, or just go with the just a regular opaque kind of light blue. I thought this primer gray would be more gray. I think it's more white than it is gray. It's got a little bit of a grayness to it, but I anticipated it being, more gray. It looks like white. Sorry, I can't look at the chat. Hold on. I'm focused. What does that say? It might. Yeah, like something like a white blue. I'll find. Maybe do I have like a blue gray? Nah. I want it to be like really super light. I may have to mix it. Alright, that's good enough. I'm going to be going in there with some other stuff anyway. Says as he keeps painting. This is all gonna be behind that big crystal. So I am 100% wasting the time. Ooh, alright. Oh yeah, I gotta get all these little spots that I made from anything earlier. Alright. I do declare. I think I got everything. Yeah, the only way I'd ever do this one again is scaling it down to get this entire thing on the print bed at one time, because these little seams and gaps and shit are pretty nasty, and I don't like that I can't get in there and really finish them off nicely. Could take another pass at it, but I just don't think it's going to get any better. There's a lot of texture in this. That's okay though, it's just for me, it's my private collection. So I'm the only one that's going to be disappointed by it. But that is definitely something I will keep in mind from here on out when it comes to doing these cloudy bits. It is not worth the effort. One would think that paint is easier, faster. God, dude, it takes so much time and effort. It's crazy. I mean, I just do this part-time after work and, weekends and stuff. I try to throw, at least 2 hours at a session. Sometimes I'll do 3 hours, sometimes I do 4, I'll do it. Sometimes I'll just, especially on a holiday or something, I'll just go. But at the end of the day, I mean, when I total all of the hours, how long I spend, it's probably 70 to 80 hours, something like that, like total over the course of like a month. It takes me about a month to do a statue. And when it's really complicated, sometimes it takes longer. This one doesn't have like a whole lot of pieces to it, but with the crystals, the transparent, anything with transparencies, it you have to handle it a little bit differently. You can't just go full bore, blast away with it with your airbrush, and then you're going to clean up the overspray with another color. You can't do that with these transparent bits. You really have to be kind of kid gloves working around them, very delicate, and then or at least have some sort of procedure for it. Work it out ahead of time before you actually get into doing it. I spent a lot of time just analyzing and kind of thinking it through. Even like the pre-assembly of like how I was going to get this thing into the base. Like, because the keys were so long, I ended up cutting down the keys so that I could just slide this thing down in one notch versus assembling it all inside of the base and having to work on it as one gigantic thing. That would have been super pain. So I was really happy that I could get those keys trimmed down, and I can make it so that it would just slide right into the bottom base. And now I can work on them as two separate things. And then the dividing line in between the two, I don't have to worry about, you know, uh, trying to mask a seam or anything, because it's two different material coming together. You know, so yeah, so but also in retrospect, like I said, if I had to do this thing again, knowing what I know now, I would scale this thing down so that it would print as one big piece. Because, or use my slicer to just chop off like the little protruding bits, like, and then just repair those. Like that also would have worked. I could have just oriented this entire thing and then just like sliced off these long bits as a separate piece, and then just stuck them back on later, and then just patch those up. That would have been the way to go. But trying to get down in here and sand these things has been not fun. Looking at it right now in its current state, if I just give it kind of a quick spin, nothing jumps out at me as far as being like rough or damaged or anything like that. So that's a good sign. Like objectively speaking, like I can see that like nothing really immediately jumps out. Now, upon close inspection, there's some roughness still in here. There's a little bit of roughness kind of over here, down in here. But yeah, I'm tired. I can't look at it anymore. I'm not gonna try to get that squared away, because I've done what I can do. But I mean, I'm happy with how the blues on these crystals have come out, and I think I am ready to move on to the next step. Yeah, see, now that would be cool. I use lychee though. If it would cut and kit, that would be cool. I don't even need the key though. I mean, I can take a clean cut of the geometry and then just stick on like a little tiny bit. That would be fine, because it's out in the open and I can get to it. It's getting down into the little valleys in here that's what I'm trying to avoid primarily. But I'm gonna leave this to dry, and I'm gonna go grab a little sneaky snack, and then I will be back. It might be like, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. I'll see if I can be quicker. Yeah, I don't know about the new support system. I've had to overwrite it quite a bit. I like to do my own manual supports, especially for like the detail stuff. Using it for some of the base parts and some of the I guess lower tier parts, the non-model parts is fine. But yeah, it was throwing in some funkiness. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, a little bit of a delay here in the conversation. I'm gonna go. I will be right back. All right, I am back, refueled and ready to go. So I think the first thing I want to do, now that everything has had some time to sit, is I'm going to hit these crystals with the gloss to lock in that ink, and then we'll be good to go with those. Then I can start painting some rocks. I also need to start base coating some things, but I want to do my blue test first. So I'm going to gloss these crystals here with some, where's my gloss at? Just do the airbrush, since it doesn't matter. Vallejo Premium Gloss. I love this stuff. I don't know if you need a shake-up gloss or not. It seems kind of pointless. I think it's one thing, right? Like, I mean, I know that paints are like a pigment and a medium, but it seems like varnish is just one thing. Like, it's just medium. You know what I mean? Oh wait, I don't need that whole thing. I gotta try to remember that I have this whole turntable built into my spray booth. Almost had the perfect amount. filter is clogged up. A lot of blowback. They tried to use just these thin filters. Oh, why? That was not a good idea. It's these thicker filters. So as to allow the loose particles to be caught. The airflow. I feel it's got suction, but sometimes it just doesn't seem like it's pulling the air through it. Alright, that got gloss, that got gloss. Alrighty. Now we let those bad boys dry. Can start doing some color tests. Because I don't know what blue I want to do. A lot of gloss in that cup, I don't want to waste it. I got this big bottle of gloss. Alrighty. Let's prep some spoons. Come here, spoons. Okay, so what do I need to test? Imperial Fist. Contrast Storm Fiend. Contrast Ultramarine Blue. And a contrast Pilar Glacier, so I need 4 spoons. Give me your 4th spoon. Sweet. So I'm going to prime these with the same gray that I've been using, which is actually looks more white than it does gray to me. But let's see what it do. And then for grins, and also to check, I'm going to shade half the spoon in black before testing out the paints. Faster we're going to do this. Have a seat. Speed dry these things. That gray goes on pretty nice. These spoons, usually the spoons kind of bubble up. They tend to bubble up when I use the black. seem to be pretty well dry. Don't touch. Oh, don't touch. A hot heat gun in one hand and 4 spoons in the other. Alright, yeah, I think this looks okay. Alright, now I'm going to take some black primer. We're going to give these spoons a gradient so I can see how these contrast paints end up looking across, light and dark. It's pressure up way too high. That was for spraying primer. Alright, give those a minute. Let me give this a full wash. Shot set up here. Oh, I don't want to touch that. Dry by now. Gloss dries pretty quick. Get these things out of the way. Set up my test. Crypto on a hook here because there's nowhere to clip them in. Put them on a stick. All right. So these are gonna be my color tests. Get my little shot set up here. Yeah, I'm interested to see what this Imperial Fist looks like. I got one other Citadel contrast, but it's too much. No use to me. All right, let's see what it do. Let's go with. Well, let's just start with this bad boy. You know what? Turn that light off. Because that is way too much. We gotta move it down. Good heavy looking light. Alright. This is Citadel Contrast Imperial Fist. swabs when I did because they gave me. Flushing around. All right. I really don't need much of this at all. I'm going to mix it. I'm just going to run it through the airbrush and see what happens. Better way to get this out of the pot. Pretty bright. Up against the black, it's nothing. You can all right. Anyway, test continues. Clean that out. I bet that might look good over chrome, judging by how it's kind of looking in my airbrush over top of the chrome. It gives it it'll give it a tint. Interesting. I'll try that. That might give me the that golden kind of golden glow I'm looking for. Huh. All right. Interesting. It's an interesting thing to think about. I think that would look good over some chrome. Very light. That might be worth another experiment. Now we're going to try this Storm Fiend. Yeah, up against black, it's nothing. It doesn't do, has zero coverage. That's basically just going to be grays and light grays. Which I suppose could try. We're just going to do high contrast test. So if I do one of these contrast blues for Superman suit, which actually this doesn't look too bad, and I know I can't shade down to black. I mean, I never do that. That would be ridiculous. But not a bad blue. That's not a bad blue. That might be what I'm looking for. Clean that airbrush real quick. Clean. Now we're gonna go with this Marines Blue Citadel. I think I've used this paint yet. Nope, it's still sealed. Oh, I hate unsealing these things. I'm afraid they just pop open and just spill everywhere. Oh, this is a nice looking blue. This has got potential. Oh, I think we have a winner. I think this might be Superman Blue right here. this may be the blue for the snow cloud. Let's see. Let's see what it do. Put enough in there. Light? It is. Dry. Some cleaner in there. Excuse me. Alright. Go refill my rinse water. I'll be right back. Alright. This thing is still wet. Yeah, I don't know if that helps me decide if I want to use any of these or not. I don't know what color that should be. I don't think it's that. And then this does look like it might be a good suit blue. If I go with the contrast, see the thing is, like, if I go with the contrast paints, then I have to pre-lay in the shadows and the highlights, and they're kind of baked in. Like, I can't really correct them easily with the contrast paint. That's pretty good too. More of a tealy blue. This is definitely more of a royal purpley, almost purpley kind of blue. I have to go check some reference material. Yeah, I mean, see, then again, like I said, like, if I go this route, I have to bake it in. If I go with the regular opacity paint, I can vary the intensity up or down. I can play with it. I think I may have just answered my own situation. Electric blue. I don't know exactly what look I'm going for here. That's the problem. I've never had to do an exploding snowburst before. I feel like the azure is a little too pastel color. I don't think that's dark enough. I mean, it's not supposed to be dark, but I don't think that's good. Like I said, these are really only effective over the shadows. The shadows. That's too pastel. That might work. Let's see what else I got. Got a gray blue. Get you dark. Deep sky. That maybe you might. more like ice. It's closer to that one. Darker. That's exactly what I said I was looking for. Ionic blue. Frisbee blue blue. This one. Because I just want to just do a very subtle, just a hint, just a touch. It needs to be a little dark. I want it to be electric. This is called electric blue, but I don't want it to look like it's, lighting up on the inside. It's just a slight tone, almost like I might just hit the whole kind of underside a little bit, just to kind of cool off everything. Yeah, let's do that. These were fun, but I don't think I'm going to use them. Not for this. I should probably mark these spoons before I put them away. I will do that later. During studio administration time. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have tried such a high contrast, thing. Alright, so I think I'm going to do that for this. I still need a blue for my boy. However. So, let's... Actually, I'm going to pull up some reference. There it goes. My mic dongle came disconnected. Don't you hate it when your dongle comes disconnected? You guys may not have heard anything I said about any of that paint, but I decided that, in case you didn't, I decided that I'm not going to do the contrast paints. Because the contrast paints, you have to work, like you have to pre-shadow, everything. And then you can't really massage it. Because like once it's in, it's kind of in. So I'm going to go back to just standard acrylic paints here. But I need some reference for this blue. Need studio shots. God, it's so hard to tell what that blue saturation is. It's like it's so different in different lighting. That's probably as good a references, color references I'm going to get. That yellow is so we're going to assume Fiendish Yellow. We're going to assume Dragon Red as a primary with a pure red for a kicker. I don't know if I do or not. Gotta back up. Now for the bigger question, the blue. What is my Superman blue? Is it flat blue? Is it flat blue? It might be flat blue. That looks a little dark. Looks a little dark. Medium blue? Ooh, I think medium blue is the winner. We're gonna go medium blue. And I think some of the trim detail is a slightly lighter color, and that electric blue may come in handy. Sometimes I can't tell if it's an actually different color piping or if it's just got a little bit of like a varnish difference, like it's a little bit of a gloss varnish, so it looks lighter. I think that might be the case. I think I'm gonna go with that. All right, cool. And I think while these, because I can paint the red over the yellow pretty easily, I think while these are prime white, I think I'll go ahead and paint the yellows first. Yeah, I think I'll paint the yellows first, seal it off. And then do then like mask them off or something. Yeah, that's gonna be the approach. Okay, sorry, I'm just thinking through all some other stuff. All right, I think Superman's colors are chosen. I think I'm also going to need a bit of gold for buckles and such. Bright gold. I'm going to need chrome for the door. It's aluminum. Where's my chrome at? Steel. Chromo. Little chrome for the front door. It's also got that emblem in the middle that needs to glow. I'm gonna worry about that later. It needs to just be a very pale OSL, and I don't have any. I thought that Imperial Fist might work. Yeah, the Imperial Fist may work there. The glow. So I think what I'm going to do for continuity, well, yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. So what I'm going to do is I will paint, I'm going to chrome out the whole front. Then over that, I'll use the contrast, this Imperial Fist for the S. And I'll airbrush it with a little bit of white, give it a little bit of a glow. And then I'll hit it with the Imperial Fist again. Yeah, that'll be the joint. Alright, cool. That's how we do that. I have to talk these things out. I need a bunch of grays. I need a dark gray for the doggy. Let's see some crypto. It's almost like a blue gray. Glad I looked. Bluish gray. I have phantom gray. I think that might be. Phantom gray might be it. I'm gonna need these for the rocks. I'll go dungeon gray. Some wash. Actually, I'm just gonna dry brush over the black because height in there. And then I'll need a what is that? That was dungeon gray, and then I'll need a highlight color. Use ash gray, company gray. Actually, no. Where's deck tan? Deck tan will be my highlight color. No, that'll be too warm. Never mind. Go back to a gray and off one. All right. Anyway, rocks are pretty easy to deal with. Phantom Gray, I think, is going to be a good bottom coat for the doggy. I'll use off-white. I'll use an off-white for his top coat, and then a cold white for highlights. He's got some black and his eyes are brown. I'll pull that later. Alright. I believe we have our paints. I believe we have our paint set. How exciting. I'm excited. You excited? Can you feel it? Here it comes. It's about to happen. I only have like about an hour. I have about an hour left. I gotta run an errand and then get started making dinner and stuff. So I don't know. I don't want to rush through this. I don't know where to start. I'm still not 100% sold on that electric blue for that powder cloud. I think I may wait on that to start on the rocks first. Yeah, let's do that. Start on the rocks. That'll help. That'll help get me going. All right, let's. I'm gonna work on this base. That. The rest of you can sit aside. Dog. All right. Okay, so for this, we're going to start just nice and simple. I'm going to get some chrome on this mug. Excuse me, that's disgusting. Sorry. Here with my mouth agape. Alrighty. that. There's one little support right there. Right in the dead center. It's like a zit. I'll get it in a minute. Let that dry. Damn it. Alright. I think I'm just gonna dry brush some of this Dungeon Gray over the black where I can. Teeny tiny dry brush. Maybe not teeny tiny, but you know what I'm saying. Tiny enough. Alright, so let's find an appropriately sized dry brush with some reach to get down into the lowest places. Getting down in there. Good for everywhere else. Yeah. Alright, that'll work. Alright, so let's move on. Drop some weighted balls in there. Wait, this is Dungeon Gray Honey Painter. Now just a tiny bit. Start in the back if I can. This is actually going to be a little bit of a heavier dry brush since this is kind of the base tone for the rocks. Doing it this way just keeps from having to do the shadowing with wash when you're working around other pieces. Is that a support? Get out of there, just out of principle. Can't see it. That's fine. I gotta go back and get the zit on the front door. A little bit heavier. You want to cover up some of that ink. I'm mouth breathing again. Gotta stop doing that. Do love painting rocks on a Saturday. Any day, really. Oh, would have been bad. That would have been no fun. For these rocks, I think they will be glossy as well because they should be wet. Now they're in ice and snow and stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna gloss this whole thing again when I'm done with the rocks. Right. Now I think we're gonna go with some ash gray to tip the rocks here, just on the highest spots. Way too much. Get rid of the bottle. Not a half, but I got a new bottle. Standing by. I got a couple drops of that left. Because I didn't use much. It's 3:30. Alright. I should probably get to wrapping this up. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna let this dry. And then when I come back next time, I'll re-gloss everything, seal it all up. I'll do my washes. I'm gonna do some black wash here in the door, and then dry brush, bring that back up if I need to. Do my little snow bits. Still gotta decide on the blue for that snow explosion, but it's starting to look like something. It is starting to look like something. Alright, I'm gonna stare at this in my own time. But thanks for hanging out. And yeah, I'm gonna go. Until next time, be merry. And happy Valentine's Day.